Hey, what's happening, Lawless? How you doing? Thank you so much for stopping in. I appreciate you. And Manu, thank you for coming. Happy Tuesday, y'all. What's happening, Lawless? What you into? How's it going? I've been having these crazy times to set up these lives because of my schedule. So I'll be trying to pop in when I can. I hope you are doing well, you and your family. I hope you're living your best life, doing your thing, getting out, getting into something. And I be trying to keep up with you. I promise you, I am so blessed. I am so blessed. And I know you are too. This is how we get it in. This is how we live this thing called life, just to appreciate everything. And everything doesn't mean that, we got to have everything our way. Sometimes it is. It just is. And we have to be grateful for that. And that's what I do. I always just keep it going, keep it going. And all of us have a lot of things going on in our lives. Some folks ain't feeling well. Some people, kids ain't well. Some bills and got a little crazy. Food is a little whacked. You know how it be. But you know what? We still up, going, and running. You know what I mean? We still got something to be grateful for. And I just put my best foot forward and do what I need to do. And I promise you guys, too, that I like to always clarify this constantly. Excuse me. I talk about everything over here. Everything. There's not a roach or fly that can get past what I'm willing to talk about. You understand what I'm saying? Yeah. The reason why I do is because life is lifing. And we live in the world. You know what I mean? Hello, Miss Lady. How you doing? Thank you so much for stopping in. Howdy doody. Blessings to you. I appreciate you coming in. I hope everything is going good with you and in your neck of the woods there. I am, trying to get it in. I had, Monday, I promise you guys. I didn't like the stigma. You know how they have the stigma, everybody always feels toe up on Mondays. So I changed it and it was good, but it's been good for years that Monday wasn't a typical Monday, how you get hit with Mondays, if y'all know what I mean. But I tell you, I got my butt whooped yesterday. Man, it was serious business. I got towed down to the flow down. You know what I mean? And I'm not complaining because this is life. You know what I'm saying? This is life. But at the same time, you know how you feel when you tapped out. You know how it goes down. And and as I was saying, I'd like to keep it real about a lot of things in life because I don't see how we can get by and not be grateful for what we have, even if it's not exactly what we want. You know what I mean? We still doing, you know? I am too. Listen, I'm telling you, I felt like I got hit, hit, Miss Pre-retirement. Knocked down, hit. I was feeling it from the rooter to the tutor. Because, when you have to put it down like that, you feel, your body, your mind. You know what I mean? Especially when you get out here and you feel like I work like a dog today. You know what I mean? And it doesn't mean everything everything we say when we speak about stuff like that. It doesn't mean that we are complaining. We're just, talking about what reality is. Because this is one thing I promise you guys here too when it comes with me. I'm not gonna come on here. I'm not saying that I would deliberately come on YouTube for drama because I don't do drama. But what I do is I live. You get what I mean? And I'm not going to, just because it's YouTube, I'm not going to paint a picture of La La Land either. You get what I'm saying? And no disrespect to anybody. And I like a lot of people, channels and stuff that, everything they say they don't want to talk about anything with the weather, the news. I'm sick. Somebody died. Okay, that's cool. But for me, I have been finding it very therapeutic for me and folks that come hang out with me to be able to say, you know what? I'm not feeling good. You know what? I'm dealing with an issue with some finances. I'm not saying that that's for everybody, but I don't want anyone to come over here and hear me talking and assume and paint the narrative of this is some drama going on here, because it's not. And I guarantee you, each and every person, if they feel that way, they're misunderstanding or they live in a fantasy, which is okay too. because I won't take anything from anybody. Be who you are. I'm not a preacher. I don't judge anybody. I'm not trying to be a counselor or a big mouth, yakky yak yak, that type of person that you feel Dela Cruz or whoever that's just running off at the mouth and keeping the heap of old negative. No, I'm talking about a lot of this stuff, and I'm not saying it just because I'm the one that's talking, because this is not a channel. This is just a hangout spot. But just because, they say, oh, you the host or whatever, I don't feel like that. I feel that I come here and we're all on an equal playing field and we enjoy each other and we rock together. But what I will do is keep it real about myself when I'm having conversation with people disclosing their personal issues. I will keep it real, but I won't make it about me just because I'm the one that's hosting, as they call. You know what I mean? I listen and hang out and deal with everybody and what they got to say. Just like the other day, I had set up the live, and one of my first people came in, has been an old friend for a while on here, and they asked me how I was doing. I said, I'm doing good. How you doing, homie? It was a man. And he said, he said, well, right now, he said, I'm doing good, but I'm going through a divorce. I didn't start the topic. Oh gosh, she over there, they talking about negative stuff. Well, first of all, if you want to know what the chat is about, and don't assume the host is painting the narrative of what we're going to talk about, read the chat. I can come in here and talk about everything across the board and still be doing good and happy and smiling and doing my thing. You know what I'm saying? So I don't want anybody to think, because I had one of these YouTubers that I know said, oh, I was checking out, I was coming to, enjoying in your live, but I seen that you had somebody over there, not me, but the person with drama. Well, it wasn't drama. The person came on here and was just basically asking me and other people in the chat, how do you deal with being bullied on social media? It didn't necessarily mean that they were talking about YT per se, and if they was, that's their business. I don't understand how folks can get upset if we're sitting here saying, oh, get your watch hours. Oh yeah, this is how you get the subscribers. Oh yeah, push this content out. That's it. Okay, and if that's all, whoever channel, whatever they got going on, if that's all they want to talk about, that's perfectly fine. But see, I'm going down into reality of what we like to do over here. And if I have somebody that's not comfortable with certain things, I definitely can change the conversation, and hope the rest of the live wants to too, because it's not fair. You know what I mean? So with that being said, I think a lot of people get on here, and I'm not saying that, oh, positive vibes. And listen here. Who don't want to be happy, whole, and okay? Come on. Let's really be real with this, y'all. Let's call it what it is. Who don't want to be happy? But in between and meanwhile, what do you do when you are dealt a fade here and there? Or you feel that you want to come to YouTube and talk to your YouTube homies and friends about what's going on in your life, and you want to hug and you want to open up, and you want somebody to love on you and change the narrative of how you feeling for a little while. You get what I'm saying? There's nothing wrong with that. But I noticed a lot of people around here running crazy. I had no idea that these folks would just let this type of thing take them all the way out. You know what I mean? And not even consider that. First of all, any type of life that somebody's having, if you don't like the Kool-Aid, don't drink it. You know what I mean? And I'm not saying it to be negative, because I've had people lives that they may have been talking about something that I'm not able to talk about at that time, because sometimes we got to remember, we got trigger warnings. We got issues of people that may be in a different place, like with their divorce or their financial situation. So if they come to your live and you're talking about something that they don't want on their mind right now, ain't nothing wrong with click to the left, slide to the right, for real, and keep it moving. But to get into a live and get nasty and get rude and turn all the way up and flip all out and be saying stuff, I would never come in nobody's live and argue with the host. And I won't come in anybody's live and disrespect their guest either. Because one thing about it, and two things for sure, everybody ain't gonna always agree. And what's that all about? Well, you know what? God made us all different for a reason. I think if we all were the same, it would be boring. We wouldn't have any change. You understand what I mean? I got a family member that plays this game. I forgot the name of it. But when the people, and it's so funny too, though, when the people see each other, they do the same thing. You know what I mean? Like they'll walk, and they walk right up, with just barely, some space between them. Hi. How are you? And then they'll say, good. and that's it, and walk away. They got the same exact clothes on. All the men, the women, the children, everybody's exactly the same. And there's nothing wrong with that. But I love the variety and the spice. You understand what I mean? I'm a spicy family over here. So with that being said, I'm enjoying this thing called life, and I've been able to bring it to YouTube. And I promise you, if anybody come into lives, like I got, for instance, I got this really wonderful YouTube sister, and I won't be, I'm not in her business. I'm not trying to disrespect nobody, but when she comes on, she told me that the music bothers her because of her medical issues, and that's her business. So when she's in the live, I turn the music off. But let's do this thing. Let's don't try to shun people. But if you are the type of person that, just like with me, I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I'm gonna keep it $1.50. There's a lot of stuff that be going on in the actual news. You know what I mean? Or newspaper, if you need it, if you read the newspaper, or you on YT suggestions and things pop up. Things pop up all around you. If you don't want that, don't do that. Just like with me, I promise you, with the news, I'm not going to allow the news, C19 or anything to run my life and have me messed up in the head. But you know what? I will get enough information so I can stay woke. You get what I'm trying to tell you? Because there's a lot of stuff that the CDC be saying about this C19. And this C19, if people don't realize it, this C19 is like Medusa with many heads. You chop off one, another one grow back, and then there's another, injection for that, and the beat goes on, just like my love, everlasting. Y'all remember that song? I know that sounds so old and corny, but do y'all understand what I mean? I'm a clown, and I laugh off, and that's why I'm laughing like this, because this is how I do. Just like with you, Lawless, if you're still there, I'm a clown. Everybody always want to hear me laugh out, and that's my real laugh for real. I may sound a little different because I've been killing the shift here. And like I said, I have a way, if I go out to work, I have a way of running a live, rather I'm able to sit there. That's why I always indicate that it's possible to be silent. And when I can jump in and I got a break, I jump in and chat with people. But I laugh all the time. And then I have been sad, and I live this thing called life. And guess what? I'm human with many flaws, and fall on my own sword several times a day. You get what I mean? Throughout this journey that I'm walking on. And when I get on here and I get deep, yes, you know what I'm saying, Lawless? We got to do this thing. We got to do this thing. There ain't no way around it. Your life is designed for you to go a certain way. And we know that God is magical, and he works miracles. Whatever ain't going to be, he controls the whole narrative of all of that. But the thing is, he gives us free wills. So we have the choice to get in where we're going to go to heaven, or get ourselves into hell. It's choices. You know what I mean? And ain't nobody perfect. And that's the reason why he gives us a chance. And I promise you, I am a believer. I am walking. I'm on my journey. I'm working on my salvation. But no, I'm not saved. Do I get mad? Yeah. Do I curse? Yes. Yeah. Listen to me. Yeah. I'm not going to be, I'm super Christian. And now I'm going to be honest now. We got a lot of us brothers and sisters out here that done process further than where I'm at. He says, path each day. That's right, Lawless. And I promise you, I run across so many people that pop up in the live and they want to out Christian you, right? And this is what I want to say, and I'm going to be honest. I know for a fact, and just like you saying right here, Lawless, we all doing our thing, right? Even if you're the type of person, I'm the type of person, or whoever is the type that if somebody say something to you rude, you may correct them. You got somebody else that may just smile at it. You got somebody else that may not say nothing at all. But we're all on different journeys. You know what I mean? And if you are not you in general, but just people in general, if they're on a different walk and they're further along in their walk with God than me, don't critique me in a disrespectful or negative way. If you see another queen's crown crooked, fix it. You get what I'm saying? And same for kings too. You don't have to, just because you say, well, that right there, you let that bother you, that was sweat off my back. You get what I'm saying? Well, okay, that's fine. But you don't have to go off on me, because I'm different than you. I'm not where you are. Or this certain situation in my life, I needed to say something and wanted to. Just like with the pastor. You get where I'm coming from? Let's be real, y'all. Come on. Just like with these two pastors, these are renowned big pastors, and I'm going to tell you this, y'all. I don't kiss up to nobody. I'm just giving you what that label that they put out for the world. They are millionaires. They really are. I'm not bragging on that. Money ain't going to buy everything, but it can help in certain situations. We ain't going to knock it out the box, Rick. But I'm just saying, these are two big pastors, and they decided, I think they went golfing or something together. And one of the pastors got a call, and I think they said either the church was on fire or somebody broke into the church. And the pastor that the church belonged to got the phone call, and when he got off the phone, he told the other pastor, "Yeah, there's something that happened with the church." And the other pastor said, "Well, I guess we're gonna have to cut the trip short." He said, "Why?" He said, "I came to golf." He said, "That's what I got insurance for," and he kept golfing. You see what I'm trying to tell you? And then the pastor that nothing happened to, he said that he had a time where he just got through preaching to thousands of people. As soon as he got in the hotel room, he said the demonic spirit jumped on him and told him to get a powwow and put it in his mouth. You know what I'm trying to tell you? After he just got through preaching and helping other people that was about to unlife themselves and other things, the demonic spirit got on him after he just got through preaching. That's why I said ain't nobody exempt from anything. And you can't just go to church and listen to what a pastor is saying. You have to get the anointing and understand it yourself and read the scriptures. And also you got to know if that pastor even coming off right, because somebody got a reputation in the doctrine. That's not the only way to get saved. That's not the only way to have a Bible study or to talk to a group of people. You got to know God for yourself. That's a personal, intimate relationship that you have, and can't nobody tell you which way to go. See, I don't go to church to get no religion, and I'm not judging anybody that like to quote certain things like I'm Pentecostal, I'm Baptist, I'm Jehovah. I take something from every page. You understand what I mean? I like Malcolm X. I like Farrakhan. I listen to everybody, but I don't call myself a Christian. Anytime I attend any church service, I go there to serve as a fellowship, but I know I'm individual. You get what I'm saying? So I listen and I understand. But first of all, I know. And anytime you got something, and when you're listening to a service being provided, and you have a pastor quoting scriptures, you got to know that pastor is saying this stuff right. And I mean, I'm not saying that they can't, change the story up just to make it more understandable for certain people, because I'm not good with the Hebrew, reading the Hebrew or the Greek, Bibles. I can't, that just ain't nothing I understand. But at the same time, you got to know, well, you know what? The pastor just got through quoting some scriptures, and he titled that Moses. That didn't fall under Moses. That came from Leviticus. So I'm going to ask. I'm going to ask, because I know who God is. I know what my relationship is with him. I know what I'm doing. I'm doing my journey, and I'm walking, I'm talking, and I'm living. But these folks that are pastors, that doesn't make them exempt from, harm, feeling a certain way, depression, cancer, stroke, heart attack. That's not what's happening here. Nobody is exempt from anything. What our purpose is to do the best we can in this life so we can rest in paradise. See, with me, I'm not living just to live this life. I'm living for eternity. But if I don't weather the storms of what this is, and it's only a test, I'm not going to make it, because we are born into a dying world. So we have to get with it and roll with the punches. Can't nobody play no games. And like I said before, you don't have to have a fancy title. You don't have to be, oh, I attend this church, and guess what? You know what? Mary was going to this church, because people always say folks got one foot in the church and one foot in the street or in the world. And I'm going to be honest with you, that is true in certain cases, and how I look at it is like this. And I'm not saying that I'm right and my way is right, but I'm just, just talking and keeping it real. For me, that means that you got some folks that 1 minute they want to be saved, and the next minute they want to be of the secular world, and that depends on what that consists of and how that offends the cross. Let's just be real, no joke. We got to see what that consists of. Or how about if you have a person that has tried to get this stuff together because they got some things going on in their life, and then they decide to start coming to church, and then they slipped around and start getting high again. Are we going to condemn you? No, God meets you where you at, and he'll pull you up, but you got to reach your hand out and want it. Can't no pastor or nobody from the kind, oh, I seen them, they were supposed to be coming to church and they was coming out of the bar. So where you coming at? And you a Christian, and you gossiping about somebody that need help? Take a hike. For real. Sit down with all that, wearing these big old fancy hat and $1,000 shoes, and you got people in your congregation that just living in a shelter, and you can't even come up with $100 to give them a ride, or get a chauffeur or something, or you rent a van. You can't come step like that with nobody. And who wants to be talked about when they're suffering? It's just, it's a thing here. You know what I'm saying, y'all. I hope I'm not talking too much or coming on too strong with everybody. You feel me? I just wish everybody the best. And I'm living this thing called life, and I'm not gonna play the game. I'm not gonna play the game because I think a lot of people don't realize there's a certain condition that you're going to be able to be accepted no matter what you're doing, and a person can't tell you what God ain't gonna allow. Obviously, there is certain type of things that you got to critique, and be careful and know what you do and do what you say, and get yourself decent enough to present yourself in front of our Father. But it ain't gonna go by what somebody else say that you got to do. It's gonna go by what God has for you. And you know what your journey is, because that intimate relationship, can't nobody come after you, because he's the one that's the beginning, the middle, and the end. You know what I'm saying? Ain't no stopping you when it comes to that, because the Father is in control. Ain't no man in control, and your pastor ain't God. He may be a vessel that God uses to administer the word and the training and the help and the teaching, but at the same time, a lot of this stuff, as far as the Bible is concerned, they always say when two or more come together and agree, but you can serve God by yourself and have a relationship with God. You don't have to necessarily serve with a fellowship. I mean, that's awesome, and we all like to get together with our brothers and sisters and do our thing, but at the same time, it still goes down. You feel me? It still goes down regardless. I gotta excuse me, because when I go in, they got this machine that everybody has to go through to be sanitized, and for some reason, since this 19 hit, they changed the formula, and it has a lot of us. Anyway, let me stop running my mouth. And I know you guys probably had to leave or might be gone. I don't see anybody actively chatting or typing, and I understand because y'all probably at work. So since folks are clearing out, I'm gonna go silent for a while and get back to what I'm doing too. I thank you guys so much for coming. I hope nobody's misunderstanding me. Even if there's somebody in the bushes that don't want to be actively seen and stuff, I get it. But I'm not trying to come off on nobody. Like I said, I'm not a preacher. I'm not judging nobody. I'm not saying everything I do, say, and think is, right. I'm just trying to live this thing called life and be reasonable enough to have conversation with my homies here on YT. What it is, you know what I mean? We gotta live this thing called life, y'all. Can't nobody stop. Oh, I hear you, Lawless. Thank you so much. And I know you busy and stuff too, because I'm doing my thing too. Look, I got my gig going. I got my circus act popping too, so I know how that is. And I'm gonna tell you, I am busted. I am busted because I didn't even get a chance to get it together from yesterday, and I'm still kind of worn out, and like I said, my voice be adjusting too because of how we got different stuff in the environment, and a lot of this stuff is set for safety reasons and stuff like that, and to keep germs and stuff, because we got a lot of stuff that we have to be exposed to just to do what we do. Everything has to be sterile, and even though we're wearing masks all the time and gloves, still have some kind of side effects, if you know what I mean. Hey sister, how you doing? Hey sugar boo, thank you so much for stopping in. Yeah, I figured you would be, sweetie. I know the time zones, my love, and I enjoyed you, sugar. I enjoyed you, and I thank you so much. And make sure you get you some pizza, get that blanket and a little pizza pound cake before you go to sleep. Thank you so much for stopping in, love. I appreciate you, Miss L. I renamed you. I call you L My. Thank you. I'm finna start that laugh, and that reminds me, because when I come over there, Lawless, you have me cracking up, and I promise you, this is my natural laugh. This is my natural laugh, and all folks always wanted me to laugh from when I was a little child. You know what I mean? Laugh out. I love you too, sis. You are absolutely amazing, and I promise you, you are very appreciated. All of you guys are appreciated, and I thank you guys so much for spending some of your time with me, because I know we all busy. Folks married, got jobs, got to clean, got to, get some rest, and I thank you guys dearly for spending your time with me, and I promise you, this is not a rehearsed speech. If you guys were around me physically, this is just how I roll. This is how I roll. I keep it real as possible and treat people well. You know what I mean? I even treat some people well that's been mean to me. You know what I mean? Because I love on folks. And I want you to get you some sleep, Miss L, because I know how it is. You've been going for a minute there, and I know you got family and stuff. And I thank you dearly for stopping by before you enter the bedroom. And I pray that you have a peaceful, good sleep. And enjoy it. And thank you so much. Thank you so much. I thank all of you guys, because, with this YT thing, we can't do it without each other. You know what I mean? One hand washes the other. Oh, I I see. She got the, just like right now, what you're saying for time is my, oh, I see. In the time that you have, I have some family members and friends that's in New York right now. Now you're saying it's 11:34 p.m. and they're saying that it is afternoon for them, 11:34 at night. So you see the different time zones that we all have here. And I think that this is a thing where God is able to connect us to be able to laugh and talk with each other around the world. And a lot of people right now in like in New York and stuff, it's afternoon, and then also people are they're having lunch. You know what I mean? And then some people too in the different Philippines and places right now is their actual is Wednesday. It's Wednesday already for them. You know, and then I got some folks, like I said, I got one of my YouTubers is in New York right now. They said that it's afternoon for them and lunchtime. And then my Philippine folks say it is Wednesday. Isn't that interesting how God got this set up for y'all? You know, for us, I'd say. Thank you so much, beautiful people. I appreciate you, darling. You are absolutely amazing. I hope you get you some good rest, Miss Lady. And I thank all you guys for being super duper amazing. And I wish everybody the best always and forever. You know what I mean? Because when I deal with people that I may not see again, they always say to me, okay, have a great day. And I always say, because I may not see him again, I always say, have a awesome, amazing life. I don't want just today to be great. I want every day to be great, no matter what that is. You get what I mean? Because we all know that we walk down this lane, and a lot of us, because I got a lot of, folks here that's been sick. And I got some folks that just told me from New York that they're supposed to be having spring and they end up having snowstorms. You get what I mean? So we just wish everybody the best to get through this thing called life so that we all can lean on one another. You know what I'm saying? And I don't want to talk y'all to death because I know Mama need to go to bed. Miss Sugar need to get some sleep. And Bro is at work. But anyway, I do. You hear? See, that's how. This is how I laugh for real. So Lawless, when I come around you, I can't even get my laugh out because you soothe it for me. You take it there, and then you got that deep baritone, that man voice. So I'm like, he killing it. So I can't even get the laugh out because you be getting it done for me. Yes, beautiful. Take care and blessings to you, my darling. And I definitely will see you sooner than later. You already know, sis, I got your back. So you get on in that bed and get that blanket and lay down and chill, my sis. And I will see you. Sweet dreams, sweetheart. Sweet dreams to you. And get you some rest, sweetie. And I appreciate you stopping by. Have a good one. I just love life and folks, y'all. We do our thing. Thanks, darling. Mr. Lawless, too. I know you probably doing your thing at work. I know how it is, because that's why I always say we got, 2 ears and 1 mouth. And like with me, too, I'm able to be at work and do what I do and listen. You know what I mean? Because I got a lot of folks, I just say, I'm listening in quietly. I'm listening in. And they're like, okay, and I back them up. So I'm glad that you could do the same for me. And I thank you guys dearly for everything and your time. Get some sleep, Miss Mai. I promise you, you guys are like so sweet. So sweet. I just feel a big old warm hug when I talk with you guys. And like I said, I have a good family here, but you guys are my extended family. You know what I mean? And I'd be so excited to get on YouTube just to, to hang out with you guys and see how y'all doing, and hope y'all doing well and your families are too. You know how that is. And I do have a lot of people too that may not be actively, acting and typing in the, in the chat, but they do watch. I had one guy that told me, he says, I watch you all the time. I listen to you all the time. He said, and I don't, comment in the chat, and I don't, sometimes I don't even do a thumbs up, but I like listening to you. So I was like, okay, that's a cool vibe. Ain't nothing wrong with that. You are welcome, Lawless, and bless you, bro. You are super duper cool. And I promise you, I am so glad that we met, because you keep it copacetic too. And like I said, you are amazing father and husband. And you do like how I do when I've been, around kids. Explore the world with them as much as you can. because we need something more than just going to school, going to work, coming home. May have dinner together. People may, eat in different rooms or may not sit at the kitchen table, but you bring them out to adventures and places. And I've been that same person because I know how that is. It means a lot, especially too when your kids get grown and they get up and they're able to talk and say that, my dad really loved me. My dad really treated me out and showed me different things. And I know some people that are not financially established and they keep saying, well, I'm not able to bring my kids to this big amusement park. I can't afford Disneyland, honey. Let me tell you something. You can run up in the dollar store, honey, and no disrespect to tell nobody what to do. Run up in the dollar store and get these kids some snacks, buy a little game, some checkers or something up in there, some coloring books, and go to a local park and get you a blanket and sit there and love on your family. And I promise you, it'll be worth more than $1 million because it'll take you a long way, always and forever. That will always stick with the child when you do things like that. It doesn't have to be anything big. You know what I mean? I have one friend that I met. We became friends. She works at a store. And she told me that she buys her son all these expensive games for his PlayStation and even the PlayStation itself and Jordans and these sneakers. And his father can run up somewhere and get him a little cheap truck from the Dollar Tree, and he cherishes that more than he do $100 sneakers. You understand what I mean? It's because the intent, where it's coming from, the hug, the love, is what this child is experiencing out of getting those things. That's why I said with the kids, you make the magic. You are the magic. And people don't realize that you are your kids' biggest influence. And they think you are superheroes. You understand what I mean? And when you're able to set an example like that, you are raising kings and queens. You are raising people that are going to get out in the world and do good. You feel me? Hello, how you doing? Blessings to you. Greetings, man. Thank you for coming in, bro. I haven't seen you in a good while. I hope everything is well with you. God bless you. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, we just chatting it up and just talking about all things life, and keeping it real. And like I said before, can't nobody keep you out the kingdom but you. Can't nobody keep you out the kingdom but you, And I was just saying about how we all have our own crosses to bear. And, we all are going to live this life. And one thing, too, about this, and I know I struggled with it a long time, is that when you ask God to forgive you, He really does. But if you haven't forgiven yourself, you can't receive it. You don't understand the blessing. You know what I mean? You can't process and move on. And I've had a lot of things in my life that I have done and asked for forgiveness, but if I'm not forgiving myself for it, I can't receive God's blessings and His anointed on that situation, and I have to keep on struggling and fighting. So if you really, really got something that you put on the table and you want God to clean it up for you, you have to be in that position yourself to do your part, because you got to cleanse yourself. You know what I mean? Can't nobody do it for you. And I always tell folks that, because a lot of people that's been coming up, around me and even now, they always say, well, I got church through my mother and father and them talking to me about it. Well, I tell you what, one thing about that is it's good that somebody is willing to talk and administer the word to you, but you have to have a relationship with God, for yourself. Mama, daddy, and auntie can't get saved for you. That's up to you. That's up to you. And I think that people don't realize that all of our walks are differently. All of our walks are different. We go our way, and only God can tell you if that's the right way. You know what I mean? I know a lot of people that are great people in the Bible that then murdered somebody. Hello? That then commit adultery, that have a drinking problem, that smoke cigarettes. And I'm not saying that that's what God wants you to do, because He gives you your body as a vessel. But at the same time, there's a lot of people that done these things, and they've cleansed and purified themselves, and they made it to heaven. I know I got a lot of stuff in my life that I've wasted a lot of years, He said, I'm here just to take a break from YT for a few weeks, but I'm back. Oh, I hear you. You know what? I'm gonna tell you something. I've kind of changed it up a little bit, because like with me, I've been switching my time off, but then there's some days that I had stopped on the weekends. This weekend I did, but sometimes on the weekend I stopped doing YT for a while. Or even better yet, sometimes I'll let a live run and just let it be silent so that I don't have to tend to it, and that is a break for me. Even with me and my family, we got something that we do that we call going off the grid. And what does that mean for us? Going off the grid for us means that we're not on any social media, websites. We are not turning on the TV in them kind of ways like that. We're not in the car. We're walking. We are sitting down having quality time talking to each other. We are not, we're reading books, coloring, drawing, talking, and speaking about God and having, study groups for us as a family together so that we can stay in the Word. You know what I mean? And I know that I'm not all the way where I need to be, but I'm working on my salvation, trying to get there. And that's all we can do. You know what I mean? And one thing about YouTube, if you don't get your right perspective on here, if you're too caught up in the world and you too caught up trying to make some money on this thing, it will block your blessings. Because sometimes, a lot of us, and no disrespect to anybody, we give too much to it. You get what I mean? We give too much to it. We get too involved in it, and then we're not paying attention to what we need to do. Because this is a blessing to be able to come on YT, but it is very time consuming. You know what I mean? And sometimes you can get swept away mentally and emotionally, and then you start lacking in other areas in your life. So that's a good thing that you took a break. I understand that 100%. He said a few weeks, but I'm back now. Yes, and it's good though. Do that, and that the thing is too, we need to take a break from a whole lot of stuff in our lives. Y'all know what I mean. There's a whole lot of stuff in our lives, even to fast. You get what I mean? Fast. There's certain foods that we all need to stop eating sometimes and stay away from it or let it go altogether. Habits that we have, even if it's not necessarily something that's harming, but you may want to change it up and replace it with something else. You know what I mean? So that you can be well-rounded and get through the other things that you need to do, stuff that you need to pay attention to. Because I know with me, if I get off of like YouTube or stop watching TV and stuff, do you know how many things that I get done around the house? Do you know how much more the family is when we're connected? You know how people say, well, we have movie night. Yeah, that's good too. We have to sit down to this night. Yeah, that's good too. But what about just sitting down, talking about God and other things in your life and change it up a little bit? You know what I mean? I like to have a lot of different variety of things that don't consist of, because I remember, like I said, when I was coming up, and like I said, family from mixed backgrounds, so I traveled, you know what I mean? And I remember we used to be in the front room and we used to watch Oliver, and we used to be packed in the room, watching together and laughing and enjoying each other, watching the show, and then being able to say, the TV goes off now. We get to chill out. Hey, what's happening, Owl? Hey, Night Owl. Thank you so much for coming. Thanks for coming. How you doing, Miss Lady? I hope you're doing well. I am so glad to see you. I appreciate you stopping in. I hope all is good in your neck of the woods. Blessings to you, my darling. We're just here talking about, life is lifing and different things that you can do. Because I know a lot of times people have different things that they want to do with their kids and with their time. And I promise you, sometimes if we can get off, and I love all that gaming, we got it all going on here too. I don't mean it in any negative way, but what I will say is that there's a lot of stuff that we need to take a break from in life. And I'm not telling anybody what to do in their house. I'm just saying in general, just life is rough. Quite often, yes it is. And I promise you, sometimes people don't realize, because life is life. But sometimes, Night Owl, people don't realize sometimes your quality of life and days depends on what you do too. You know what I mean? Sometimes with us as people in the world, we too caught up in the world of all of these things that bring different emotions and stuff, you know what I mean, to our lives. Sometimes you get your kids so caught up into this stuff that they don't even want to go outside and play because they want to game, all their free time they want to get into the gaming system. And obviously kids going to have fun, but you paint the narrative of what's going to happen with them. You are the one that's parents that allow them to be in the house snacking all the time and playing games all the time. They don't want to get outside and throw a ball around. They're rushing to get back. You rushing out trying to buy them the new latest game when you can give them some other options because you control it. And the thing is, people always keep saying what their kids gonna do if they don't do a certain something when you are the one that's in control. You get what I'm trying to say? Kids come into your life, into your family with a clean slate. Kids come into your life, yes. Kids come into your life with an open book of blank pages. Do you understand what I'm saying? Blank pages. And it's up to you to fill in the details called life. You get what I mean? It's up to you. Kids don't know anything. Kids come in pure and innocent. And they don't know nothing about no please, no thank you, and nothing unless you teach them. You have to teach them. They come from your house, and whatever they're exposed to, it's up to you. You get what I'm saying? So sometimes we try to be, oh yeah, well my kids are going to be made fun of if they ain't got Jordan sneakers. And my son and daughter was talking to their friends, and my kids don't have a PlayStation, so now they're being bullied. Are you honestly going to let the world program and control the narrative of how you raising your kids? If you teach them the right way, they're going to be strong enough. And we always, run across some kind of bullies, but it's what you think, how you feel as a child from what your parents, and it's hard, even if you're coming from a good home and mom and dad have taught you about bullying, it is going to hurt your feeling if you got a whole crowd of people that's picking on you, but it shouldn't be for those kind of reasons because of what you don't have or because you guys ain't got the latest sneakers that it's going to take your child totally apart and they're going to, fall apart. Sometimes you got to basically let them know this is how we do. This is what our family is. And then you need to get involved with the school system to shut that down. Because, see, I ain't playing the bully game. I don't care about what you got on. I don't care if you're going to school every day with an orange shirt and some purple pants on. If that's what your family got, ain't nobody got no business bossing you around, controlling you. And you got people that'll bully you if you got more than them. So we have to be responsible for how we allow people to treat us too and how you train your kids. Because everybody keep on, oh, the kids got the latest sneakers. Well, who kids? Is that in your household? Are you running to get your child a pair of Jordan sneakers and your lights finna get cut off because you use that light bill money to get sneakers so that you can be in with the crowd? Or are you paying attention to what works in your house, what your finances are, what's in your wallet? Because that ain't nobody business what everybody else got. You get what I mean? We got to do what we do, she says. We are always coming up with creative things. Yeah, yes, you have to, because this is not this is the thing. Even with me, I promise you, we got the latest everything up in here. I ain't bragging. We got the latest everything up in here, but that does not control the outcome of how we conduct ourselves and how we need to put it down sometime and chill out. You know what I mean? I got, some families that as soon as they wake up, the first thing they grab is their cell phone, and they got to spend 20 minutes or more on that before they can even get their day started. So what we decided to do was not do that. If you need to check, because it's very important for you to receive a message from your job or check some emails business-wise, and it's important, or see if anybody texted you or might have called you that was an emergency, you check that out, then you shut that down and go on and live life. You didn't tell me you didn't know what it was like before they made cell phones? I remember when I was younger, way back, when we didn't have a whole lot of gaming systems. And when they started bringing the games in, they started stuff like Atari and the handheld Pac-Man. But we were out the door kids. We played outside. Dodgeball, volleyball, kick soccer, hopscotch, jump rope. We did a whole bunch of rugby, all of them kind of games where we stayed outside more than we did in the house, even when the games started coming out. But now in the new world, the way people are doing things now is that they automatically hook their kids into everything that's out here. Just like when I was, going through, they had Barney and all this Sesame Street, and see, with those programs, you find some good ones that can teach. So you want your kids to sit down, ain't nothing wrong with that, and watch something positive and it's educational. That's the bomb.com. But why can't you teach your kids the alphabets? Why do they have to learn everything from Coco Millen? Huh? Why are you trying to drop them off at a preschool so they can learn what please and thank you mean? Why can't you do some of that stuff at home? You know how they say, are you smarter than the fifth grader? You get what I'm trying to explain? A lot of this stuff we can do ourselves. Oh, thank you so much, Lawless. I appreciate it. And I love listening and coming and hanging over there with you too, man. Because you bring it, and I love it. And I appreciate you, and thank you for such an awesome compliment. You got me smiling so hard you can see my cavities. I'm serious. I appreciate that. But you know, we got to do it. You know how that go, y'all. You know how everybody got a reason. Well, I don't want them to feel left out. But how do you? So look at it like this. You said you don't want your child to feel left out. But what kind of friends do they really have if they're being left out because their family can't afford Jordans? Or what kind of family, are you raising? Or what kind of kids do you have because these kids are allowed to swear and do what they want, and you say you're not allowing your kids? Why would you want them to be friends with somebody that's treating them different because of what they don't have? Do you understand what I'm saying? And I'm gonna tell y'all another thing here too, and I want y'all to understand. And I'm not trying to be, weird or looking at anybody. We all know that money can't buy everything, but money does help to a certain extent. It's just don't let it blind you. And I had a situation right here, and I'm gonna be honest with you. There was a woman that was in the store, and she was ahead of me, and she was buying some stuff. And when they went to ring it up, credit card declined it. So she looked in her wallet and seen what she had, and she was able to pick out what she needed that was more important and put stuff back. And I told her, I said, don't worry about it, I'll pay for it for you. And she was like, but this stuff is $30, it's $40. I said, listen, I got you. Then don't even worry about it. Oh no, I can't accept it. I said, please allow me to do this. Okay? So I went on and I paid for her stuff. And she left off and said thank you, and a lot of times very sweet, very personable. By the time I got outside, finishing what I was doing, I thought that she probably would be gone. I didn't know her. She didn't know me from a can of Oops paint. You know what I'm saying? And by the time I got outside, she was still outside, and she's basically waiting for me to come out there. And I'm gonna be honest with you, and please listen to me carefully, you guys. I'm not trying to be rude. I'm not comparing, apples and oranges. But this lady was driving a nice brand new Mercedes. The diamond rings that she had on was worth thousands of dollars. Her car was more, and it wasn't about that. This is the point. I don't want y'all to misunderstand me. She had more money than me. Hello? And that wasn't the point. That's not the point of what I'm saying. It was the principle, the heart, the concern. And what she said to me about being wealthier, you get what I'm trying to tell you? Because she was. And it wasn't nothing wrong with what I had going on either, because I'm popping too. You feel me? Oh yeah, I may not be the brightest bulb, but I'm still lit. You heard? Hello? Oh yeah, it went down. And for her, that meant a lot for me to help her out, because she's used to using credit cards and don't carry too much cash. I don't really carry a lot of cash like I used to either, but I keep a certain amount of money on me so that when I see people in the street struggling, if I can, give them a couple of dollars. Yes, I know, oh, well, they're trying to con you, and if you want to give somebody homeless a couple of dollars, I wouldn't give them the money, I get the food. No, I give cash too, because when I do it selfless, it's up to them what they do with it, because I'm just here to help. But yeah, by her being in a whole different bracket than me, and I'm not bragging on her, and I'm not putting myself down. I'm just telling you, it was the principle of what I'd done for her, because she had it going on too. She just didn't have it with her. But do you see how different things can be? You never know who you're going to get help from. You could be a millionaire and get a blood transfusion for somebody that's a different income bracket than you, and you're green and they're purple. You understand what I'm trying to tell you? Let's do this. Give with the heart, cheerful heart. Amen, Lawless. That's exactly what I'm talking about. You don't know where this heart, kidney, and lungs is coming from to save your child's life. Then I had somebody they were at the hospital, and they brought their child in, and the child needed a blood transfusion. No. The child needed a blood transfusion, and they were going to administer it, but there was a certain doctor that needed to be a part of it. And because the doctor was orange and they was yellow, they decided not to take the blood. You get what I'm trying to explain to you? It don't have nothing to do with it. That shouldn't have nothing to do with it. If this heart is beating in this orange person's body, it'll beat in this yellow person's body. You understand? To save a life. You see, this is what I'm trying to tell you. You may have, and I'm not judging people with money. Every time I talk about money, people usually be typing, "Yeah, money make it better, make it no." Listen. Let me tell you something. No disrespect to anybody. There's no hate, no jealousy, no red eye, no negative. But I'm gonna tell you like this. Look here. Beyonce is a beautiful woman. She can sing, she can dance, she's talented, right? But do you honestly understand that we both, look at me, and I'm what we call middle class? I'm good. You feel me? Just listen to this and don't disrespect. We both came in this world butt naked with nothing, and we'll both leave butt naked with nothing. Yeah, me standing right next to Beyonce, do you honestly think God gonna say because you were talented and because you were a millionaire that you're going to heaven, but Rruk's middle class and she ain't? Get up out of here. Wake up and know who you know. Think about it. Come on. That has nothing to do with it. You honestly think God, and just because he gives certain people gifts and talents, it doesn't make you favored more or less. It's what planned for your life. It's your journey. This is your cross to bear. You can't, oh, well, look at them over there. If we got a guy, right? Listen, you believe or you don't. Do you believe or you don't? That's it. I don't care whatever way you want to try. You don't have to keep running to church all the time, wearing crosses, and have a bumper sticker all the time to show that you have a relationship with our Father. It's not about that. I don't have nothing to prove to the world. You don't have to look at me and see a cross and say, oh yeah, she must be, and then she said, God bless you, and she quoted the scripture. So yeah, that don't mean nothing. I could be out here lying and pretending and faking the funk just to con you or to impress you. That's not what we're doing here. Life is life. Do you understand what I'm saying? You got to know where you at, what you're doing, and have a plan. And I keep telling folks too, listen, I understand that when you're raising up kids, you got to have a certain something about yourself and how you do it. But please, y'all, raise these kids up and respect them. Have respect for them. That's the thing I notice about a lot of people. Have respect for the kids. Everything don't mean you got to get your damn lights knocked out. Everything don't mean you got to get a whooping. Everything that you do don't mean you got to be punished for it. You understand what I'm saying? We have to understand that these children do not ask to be born. Just like us, a lot of us, amen, Lawless, thank you. You know what I mean? Just like a lot of us. Do you know how many times I done taught a child something, rather be a niece, a godchild, even a child that I done seen outside busting bottles and stuff, different places and acting up. You know what I'm talking about? Acting the fool in the store. I've said just a kind word. You know what I mean? And you don't have to, all that. Sometimes, listen, what's going on, sweetie? How you doing? What happened? You know that what you're doing, somebody else got to clean that up, and then you can get in trouble. Even though you're 10, 11 years old, unsupervised in the store, you can go to jail. You don't want to start your life off like that. Not, oh, you bad, oh, you trash, you must be inner city, you must be coming from the hood, you might be. Well, what is the hood, though? I want to ask you what the hood is. You understand what I'm saying? Let's get this straight, real straight. And I keep trying to tell folks all this life matter, that life matter. Listen, all lives matter. And I understand there's certain different people, purple, yellow, and green, that may have got hit differently, but this is God's world. He has a plan for it. But acting up ain't gonna change what's happening. You get what I'm trying to explain to you? It's not gonna change anything by you tit for tat. Because if you want this situation to be resolved, it's not gonna get better by you going around acting just as much of a fool as these people are. You gotta understand, we are all here for a reason, but what you do dictates your life to you. Do you understand? People, and you know what I keep telling my family, and I'm not being disrespectful to anybody that don't believe or they don't want to believe, or if I'm saying stuff sound more like a Jehovah or whoever or not, don't get me wrong, because I'm not trying to push nothing off on anybody. I'm just speaking about things that happen in life to all of us, and you know what I'm trying to do and trying to do it right. But we got to understand that everybody is here for a reason, and it's up to us to get to where we need to be. And when you do things that are messed up, people don't realize that life is like a boomerang. You understand what I'm saying? No, bigger than karma. Bigger than karma. What you put out in the universe, you get back. And then sometimes you may be a good person and something bad happens to you. And you know what I always tell my family? Please listen to me. Hear me now. Hear me now. Behold something greater than yourself, Lord Jesus Christ, or your kids. You understand what I'm trying to say? And I always tell them, please, you guys, don't get so caught up in the physical being of me to where if I'm not here, You guys can't even feel me, and you throw your lives away because I'm not here physically. If you are allowed to be here in this life right now, you can have a physical relationship with me because I am in the flesh, but I also have a spirit that is dying to meet you. Huh? Huh? Come on. Come on. Understand the spirit of the person that makes the person walk, talk. You get what I'm saying? Hold me. Hold my spirit. Don't worry just about my outward appearance because it is hard. Honestly, it is hard because this is what people don't understand too. When we lose someone, it doesn't matter if it's a baby, somebody 6 years old, somebody 80 years old. It doesn't matter what their age is. To be absent from the body is to be present with the Lord. Do you know how good it is to be in the presence of the Lord? If that's what He has planned for your life, it's up to the rest of us that's still living to be able to get on. Because this is His world. He has a reason. This person might have been suffering, and that's why I don't do that. When you have people in the family, whether it's a sudden situation or somebody's been diagnosed to die or somebody's in hospice or they're dying, I always say when you're ready. You get what I'm trying to explain to you? Because a lot of times people don't realize that folks are suffering through different treatments and stuff just to stay here for you. Sometimes they made peace with it's time. But there's you coming in there crying, and there's nothing wrong with that. Now, please, nobody don't misunderstand me. It's nothing wrong with you going to see a family member that's in a critical situation and you praying for them and you praying for them. But when you put the pressure on them that they can't even let it go because they're in pain now. You get what I'm saying? A lot of times you can go and see somebody in the hospital, different ages now. And you can go in there talking with them and they're like, in bad condition, but I love you too, Sandy, Michael, take care of yourself. Yeah, I am feeling a little bit better today. Sometimes those people have been gone a long time ago. Their spirit done left their body over a month now, and they just been hanging on in the physical form for you. God already did His work. You understand? And I mean this, and I understand this, and this is what I really believe, you guys. And it may be different beliefs for other people, but I promise you, sometimes people need to let you to know that you can let them go. You understand? They need you to sit there and say, listen, I love you. I enjoyed the spiritual journey with you. But I know the physical body is giving you too much pain, but the soul has not been touched. And I release you. I understand that you got to go. This has been too much for you. It's time to go. The body has been through all it can take right now, and you're fighting every day just because you don't want to see me hurt, crying, and dealing with your loss. But it's time. And I always tell my family, this is one thing that you have to understand about me. Don't just say, oh, this is her favorite candy. Oh, these is her favorite shoes. Oh, she like plants. No. What is the spirit telling you about me? Are you friends with my spirit? Do you love my spirit? That's what I want you to have. Not just the part of my spirit that has me do my physical stuff, but my spirit, period, of who I am, that you're going to feel my presence. When I'm not here in the physical form, you're going to be able to come and talk to my spirit and feel some kind of warm hug over you because this is God that took over. You understand what I'm saying? You're going to get a better version of me. No, I don't want to die. I want to live as long as I can and be with my family and enjoy what God has planned for me in my future, But at the same time, listen, let it go. Sometimes you got to let it go. You got to chill back and do what you do. But we got to stop putting the pressure on people that need to be at a peaceful state in their life to where they feel that they can't. Just, you know what, I don't want to hurt. I don't want her because I know how she's going to be once I close my eyes or how he's going to act when I close my eyes. And even me. Listen, y'all, let me tell you something. Honey, folks around here that burying kids and siblings and things, listen to me. We're not the only ones that walk down Mercy Street. Do you hear me? But one thing about it, do you know what it's going to be like to be present with the Lord? That's better than even being with your own kids. Listen, y'all, I don't want y'all to get me mistaken now. Please don't misunderstand me because I ain't trying to hurt nobody. But I tell you one thing, and two things for sure. A newborn baby ain't more important than God. Hello? Yes, a newborn baby that's here ain't never done nothing, don't know nothing because we're born into sin first of all. You get where I'm coming from? There's nobody that has the power over Almighty. There's nobody that's supposed to come before Him. So we need to set that straight right out the record. You know what I'm trying to tell you, y'all? And I don't mean to be disrespectful, but to be in a relationship with God, thank you so much, lawlessness, I believe, in eternal life. Amen. Yes, you know what I mean? We can't do this. This is what we're not understanding. This is not ours. We are stewards. We are stewards. You have to understand that if you do not make a spiritual connection when somebody passes away, it's harder because you know nothing of them. You get what I'm saying? Just like I said, we have these famous people out here. Okay, what do we know? And I just use Beyonce and different people. For example, what do we know though? Okay, we know that she's got talent, she can sing, she can dance. We look at her visually and say she's a beautiful woman. She's got a husband, she's got kids, she got mama, aunt, sister. But do you know the woman, or are you looking at the money and the fame, or only what she allows you to see? See, we can't look into somebody's soul unless you're able to have a relationship with God so that He gives you that ability to connect in that way. If you don't understand Him, you're not going to understand the spirit inside of a person. Because sometimes people don't understand that you can't look at a person and say, well, you know what? Oh, they look at them, they got a big forehead. Oh, look at their teeth. First of all, let's be honest now. We all know that you can marry somebody, whatever race you want to marry, and have the kind of kids you want to have. You can make a family, but you can't pick who born you. You understand what I mean? Us, like right now, I pick who I want to marry, I pick who I want to have kids with, and I want to have a relationship with, but I couldn't pick my parents. I'm not saying about adoption. I'm not saying none of that. I'm not saying that you get this egg and it's fertilized. You get an egg from one person and then, something from a man and put it together and make a baby like that. And that's not what I mean. I'm saying, with a lot of us that came in the natural way that mom and dad got together and had us, we can't pick who our parents are going to be. So guess what? We can't pick, oh, I got these green eyes from my uncle. Oh, I got my daddy toes. You don't get to pick that when you come in if you're not from that type of creation that's man-made. The egg and this fertilized that. I'm talking about when mama and daddy get together the old-fashioned way and get married and have a baby. You can't make them be what you want them to be. They brought you in. But we can these days now, you know what I mean? You can do a face transplant. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm going back Old Testament. You see, there's a difference between the Old Testament and the New Testament. There's a difference between man-made stuff and what God built. See, a lot of people don't pay attention to that. Just like when we talk about Adam and Eve, you know what I'm saying? People, they stop at a certain part of certain stories about them, and then they forget the reality of this lived longer, this lived way longer. And what do I mean by that? Okay, what do we always say? Oh, Adam and Eve. Okay, and she ate the forbidden fruit, okay, and they had 2 kids, Cain and Abel. Cain, one brother killed the other brother, okay, now that, okay, and what else? What else happened after that, though? This is where we stopping at, because we're so deep into the Bible and we're really learning that stuff. That's where to end up. No, Adam lived to be over 800 or something years old, and he had his 3rd child when he was over 100 years old. Let's go and see what's happening in Leviticus. Come on, what about King David? What's happening? You think the adultery here is brand new in the world? He lusted after somebody else's wife and ordered her to be with him and got her pregnant and covered it up and had her husband killed to cover it up. Hello, let's go deeper. Let's go see what happened with Noah's Ark. People don't understand when they said that, to tell everybody what's going to happen here. It's going to rain 40 days and 40 nights. What are we doing here? You're trying to let the believers know that God is finna flood this out here. You're believing, you get on the ark, get one of each kind of the animals, and we finna go. But guess what? That wasn't just the only thing that happened there. See, that's the story that everybody get that first part to, and they think they know it, and they're running around, and I don't know everything. I don't think I'm even going to live long enough to know everything in the Bible. But there got to be some problems on that travel because God put the purity in there. But there was a lot of sin that was still lurking around, and guess what happened? The demon, the devil. And people don't know the difference where the devil comes from. They don't know the difference between Lucifer, and they don't know the difference between his demons. You got to realize where this stuff comes from. You see, God will direct you and direct your steps. But if you weaken the flesh in any kind of way, that gives the devil a foothold to come in, and they'll use your family. They'll use people to hurt you. You see what I'm saying? And this is how these demons work. And there's a difference because, see, Lucifer is one form, but the demons is another form, even though Lucifer is a demon. See, people don't pay attention to that. They just scat across what they want it to be. And like I said before, this was Noah getting ready to leave in the ark with whoever wanted to come to start over a brand new, because this is being destroyed. And there was a lot of poison and sin because the devil was able to come in and start working through his family and his kids. And it separated him from one of his sons, where his son left off. Him and his wife had to split up. You understand what I'm saying? People don't pay attention to that. People don't pay attention to that. Moses murdered somebody and God still used him. People don't pay attention to the 2 Marys that was that walked with Jesus. Jesus was around sinners, but he did not sin. Do you understand what I'm saying? He did not sin. And people don't understand what that's about. That's because God uses all of us for different reasons, and nobody's perfect. When Jesus walked, it was not just the 12 disciples. There was a travel team that was assigned to him, and they all consist of people that have done something that's against the 10 Commandments. And that's against what's in the world and what God meant and want us to do. And they had different folks that was there that did different things. You get what I mean? They had the two Marys. One of the Marys was a prostitute. Let's be real. This is why I said folks cannot, oh, it's adultery. Oh, they cheated. That ain't nothing new. Did you heard? Did you read the book? Do you understand how fortunate we all are to be able to have a book that gives us a chance to live better and make it through this thing called life so we can live for eternity? You understand what I mean? We got to do this. Can't nobody walk your walk for you. Can't nobody get saved for you. It's up to you to take them footsteps yourself. A man had asked Jesus, asked God, well, why? Where were you at when my son died? And the Lord said, the same place I was when mine died. You see, you have to behold what's going on here. You can't just make this what you want it to be. Just like when God was telling Jonah to go to Nineveh. Go to Nineveh, and Jonah didn't listen. So what happened? He got swallowed up by a well and threw up. He got forced to go where God told him to go, because you're going to do this. Yeah, I work miracles. I am magical. And when I say it's going to be, you got to do what I say. And he didn't want to listen to God, so he got swallowed up by a well. Who do you know that can get swallowed up by a well and survive? Come on, y'all. Do we feel the glory? Amen. Do we feel the glory? I'm for real, y'all. And I'm not trying to preach to nobody. This is just stuff that I'm learning. And I'm meditating on it. And then at the same time, I'm still here fooling around and falling on my own sword and messing up too. But see, I'm studying, I'm learning. I'm getting a little bit better. I'm doing something. I'm living. I'm trying, y'all. Come on. Don't take this from me. Give me a chance. Give me a chance to keep working this out. Give me a chance to get to where I need to be. Because this is what it is. And go deeper. Don't just read a couple of pages here and let that be the end. You need to know how stuff turned out. Y'all didn't notice that with the situation with Adam and Eve and how things was all right for them, and God gave them the paradise, and how things changed as soon as she did what she wasn't supposed to do? Yes, every day. We learn. That's exactly what I'm talking about. And I promise you, what I am learning here, and I don't mean to disrespect anybody, but I promise you, what I'm learning here is something that a lot of people will have you thrown out of a church, because if you don't do what they say, well, what's going on here? Well, you did this wrong, you're going to hell. Well, you did that wrong, you're going to hell. But guess what? I did it too, but I'm a pastor, so I'm saved. I'm exempt. You see what I'm trying to explain to you? One man casting down the other man. And first of all, too, when it comes to stuff like, if you got a family member that went in there and had surgery, and you got to pray. First of all, you pray over the hands of that surgeon. You pray over the anesthesiologist's hands and the administration. You pray over all of that, but guess what? You pray to the Lord first, because he's using them as a vessel. You flipping out. Oh, thank you, doctor. Thank you, nurses. Thank you, guys. You saved my mother, my aunt, my son, my daughter. Thank you. I didn't hear God in there not a one time. How do you think they did it? Just be honest. Do you honestly think that anything that a human does is something that they created? No. There's nothing that we can take credit for. Everything is anointed by God. There's nothing we can take credit for. He may use you to be able to sing and dance and entertain somebody, but they can't take credit for it. They're doing what he allowed them to do. If you're a rocket scientist, and see, people don't understand the value of your soul. There's no price on it. So you're not going to be valued more just because you had money, or because you getting around here and you smiling at everybody. God knows what your true heart is, even if we can't see it. Even if you're able to fool another person around you to make them think that you are such a good person, that's not where it ends at. That ain't the judge and jury, baby. That ain't gonna work for you. That's not enough. Because if God knows, and just like I keep telling people over and over again, you got two women here, right? What we got here? We got the first lady. Okay, now she's supposed to have the anointing, and she's supposed to be right and have herself together and sanctified and filled with the Holy Ghost. And then you got Sally Sue that killed all of her kids and in jail for life. Which one of them going to heaven? Do you know? Well, if you're so quick to judge it, then you won't. Because the thing is, you're looking at her because, oh, she's a pillar of the community. She's the pastor of the church. She does this for the congregation, the bake sales, the parties, the get together, da. But do you know what's really going on with her personally? That Sally So went to jail, but she has repented and God has forgiven her. Mama here, First Lady of the Church, been sitting right up under your nose because, see, you worried about how cute her dress is and her big hat that she's wearing. You see what I'm trying to explain to you? You worried about them because they got money and they got a title and her husband got a doctorate. That has nothing to do with being saved. None of those things have nothing to do with being saved. None of those things do not give you a promise for the future. None of those things necessarily get you into heaven. It's what's pure in your heart and your actions, not to fool and trick other people to make them think you got it going on and it's Gucci over here and we doing it up. That's what people equate being spiritual, happy, whole, and healthy is how much money you got. Or you're a pillar of the community, or how high you stand and how people value you financially. They have no idea that you're coming in front of them and you're saying, well, you know what? I'm going to do a bake sale for everybody. I'm going to, send, my husband and kids and stuff to go by and pick up some people to bring to church that ain't got no ride. We're giving out some clothes. And this is what churches are supposed to be doing. But guess what? Secretly inside, you're sleeping with a child. We don't know that. Look, you get what I'm trying to say, y'all. You've been doing something to a child. Yeah, a woman, yeah. Because a lot of times people don't realize that when we got perverts and pedophiles and these demon spirits that's up in people, there's a lust spirit too. People don't realize a lot of these folks is right up under your face. How do you know if a person is a pervert or a criminal? You won't know until they get caught. Hello, people are good for putting on these masks and being, deceitful. I call them Decepticons. Do you understand what I mean? Because they're good at playing the game and they go down in these closed rooms and doors and be somebody totally different. And honestly, this is what people don't understand is that you won't know no more than what the person is presenting. So a lot of us do get fooled. We do get catfish because this person is showing what you want to see from them. They seem to be doing right, but you don't really know. But the problem with this is we're not supposed to know everybody's business because that's something private between them and God. But at the same time, you praising folks too much too, though. That's where the problem is. You're praising people because you want what they can do for you, just like here too. And no disrespect to anybody, no jealousy, no red eye, none of that. I'm just gonna be raw, straight up raw. I'm gonna be $150 on this one. People would love more to run to a bigger channel than somebody with a smaller channel because it's what you can do for me. And I got this one person, well, not one person, several people that keep bragging about somebody that they know that has a big channel and that we're lucky that if they come to our small channels, I don't have a channel, I got a hangout spot. We're lucky because they don't have to come to us because they're up here, in the thousands and thousands. So we need to consider ourselves lucky. Well, I want to know why, if that's the truth, why does this very same person that you're saying is such a big channel that got 50,000 people, why have they started coming to, my hangout spot and subscribing to my subscribers if they're so much better than me? That's not how you're supposed to view that. And stop looking at people for what they can do for you. Bounce with it. Chill. Work together. Who cares about any of that? I'm not going to brag on nobody. Just like I got one of these girls here. She wanted, because there's two different types of mods. That's why I removed the wrenches, y'all. And I'm going to keep talking to different, sections of people why I removed these wrenches. But I got this one female that popped up in my live, and she's been coming ever since then. And like I said, this is a hangout spot, but she has an actual channel. And she wanted me, there's two kinds of mods. There's one that's a little bit more higher than the other. She picked me to be one of the more higher mods than the others. Do you think that meant anything to me to look down? Oh, I got a wrench. I don't give a damn about a wrench. Only time I need a wrench when I'm repairing something. I don't care about none of that necessarily. If I'm going to feel like I'm over you because I got a higher wrench or because you don't have a wrench at all and do you honestly think that's going to pay the mortgage? Put food on the table? That's not what that's about. And I don't look at her and idolize her because she got a bigger channel. That's her damn business. That ain't got nothing to do with me. What's for me is for me, and what's for you is for you. You don't know what she had to do to get that. You don't know what kind of stuff she's doing to get to where she's at. And if you don't want to do what they did to get to where they at, stay in your own lane. Nobody got time to be jealous of anybody. I don't care. I'm not looking at numbers. I don't look at a person as a number or a come up. It's good to socialize and be friends with people, but I'm not going to kiss you know what, just for you to consider me because you have a bigger channel. You get what I'm saying? Do you ever notice when you just get with people and rock with them, clean, cool, and chill, you rise up naturally? I'm not trying to jump on a bigger channel for somebody to look down on me because they got a bigger channel. I don't care what you got. My heart is big. Hello, I got blood in my body. I got a Holy Spirit in my body. You can't mess with me. You can't. There ain't nothing you can do on no channel. Do you honestly think that God is going to give you more blessings than me because you got 50,000 and I got 6 people? Come on now. And I promise you, the 6 may be better than the millions. Hello, what are we dealing with? Substantial, real deal. Now, we all going to experience some fake defunct people, some trolls, some weirdos, and blah, blah, blah. But what is your foundation built on? Because like I said before, if you build your house on sand, it won't stand. Don't y'all remember the story back in the days with the big bad wolf and the 3 little pigs? What happened to the houses? Huh? Well, he said, I'll huff and puff and blow your house down. Well, what house wasn't he able to blow down? Come on, y'all. All of these stories are speaking about life. You understand? Just like, and I'm going to tell you, and maybe people may not take it the same way I do, but just like, the Wizard of Oz. Think about the Wizard of Oz. If there's anybody here now, listening to me, and I'm going to repeat this stuff because I'm a repeat offender. These stories are meant to try to help us all along. But think about the Wizard of Oz. What was happening to Dorothy with the ruby slippers? Come on. What happened with her with the slippers? What did she have to go through to get to where she could get back home? Did you know what that story depicts? Do you know what that story is trying to tell us? What happened to her? Do you see what she had to go through? That right there, the stuff that they just showed in there, and that was something valuable to the witch. You get what I'm trying to tell you? But Dorothy did not want the riches. Dorothy wanted to get back home. There was morals and method to the madness of watching The Wizard of Oz. But if you sit there and as a child and you understand it in that kind of way for the fun, but as you grow up and you look back, you see what it is. Yes, much love to you, bro. You know what I'm trying to tell you. Stories of life. Think about all them stories, even Little Red Riding Hood, y'all. What do we got to get through to get back home? Hello? What do we got to do to get back home, y'all? You get what I'm trying to tell you? This ain't a game. This ain't a fantasy. And like I said before, there's nothing wrong with me. If I came on YouTube, and it would be nothing wrong with me just coming on YouTube. Yeah, guys, how you doing? I just planted my garden. I'm back in Jamaica now. I'm back in Puerto Rico now. I'm chilling out. My husband is over here. We're doing good. I just got a living room set. I just got a raise at my job. And that's it. And that would be a beautiful conversation to have with all of you guys. If I'm living the life and I'm just only discussing just those kind of things. Nothing wrong with it. See, with me, I beg to differ. Only because I need to be able to talk about these things with other people because it's therapeutic for me and it helps us all along and it gives us conversation that we all talk about. You know what I mean? You don't have to bring it to the tube, of course not. I have so many things that I could talk about with you guys that I don't even have to bring up nothing. It seems like there's something wrong, but I don't see that this is negative to speak about our travels, our journey, and what's going on. People are quick to look at the news. People are quick to go and watch different type of movies and come and talk and la and ray about all of that. But when you talk about what's really happening, folks want to get on YouTube and do their thing. And I don't see anything wrong with someone having a nice passive situation that they only talk about what they want and only positive. You got some people, well, I'm not with that because I only talk about positive things and that kind of stuff like that. I don't come to YouTube for that. I look at that as drama. Okay, that's fine. Then this ain't the spot for you and that's okay. We don't have to feel no kind of way towards each other, y'all. Ain't nothing wrong with that. That's completely where it's supposed to be. Your choice, your control, of what you want to do and where you want to be. But it's not nice though to come to somebody and hate on what they do just because you don't want to do it. There's nothing wrong with it. I could sit here and start talking and have just as good of a conversation about only certain things and how can I move the crowd. You get what I'm trying to tell you? I can. I can still talk with everybody and keep going into the regular stuff. Yeah, we had dinner last night. I had steak, mashed potatoes, and I made them from scratch, and some rice pilaf and some asparagus on the side. We sat back and we had movie day and chilled out with the family. And then I went upstairs and I rested after dinner. I went upstairs and I decided to tackle the project of cleaning out my closet. My son is in college. My grandchild has just lost their first two teeth. Everybody will go with that too. You get what I mean? Ain't nothing wrong with it. Ain't nothing wrong with it. Yes, sir. God bless you, Lawless. And I definitely will see you, bro, sooner than later. Thank you so much for coming. Take it easy. And you know how we do. We do what we do, and we connect and we pop lock it. We keep it moving and grooving. Thank you so much. God bless you, brother. Much love for you. Much love for you. And please, see you sooner than later. And I thank you. Take care. I'm going to go and stop for a while and go and silent myself. And I thank you so much. And I can't wait to see what you're going to have next on your channel with that laugh. And I laugh like that for real too, Lawless. For real. Anyway, I'll see you later, bro. Peace out. Hello, my spicy family. How are you? I am so sorry I miss you. Big up yourself and blessings to you and your family. Thank you so much for coming, my sister. Blessings to you. coming, Guru. I was wondering what happened to you because I haven't heard from you or Echo in quite a while. I hope you guys are doing well. Hello, hello. Thank you guys for stopping in. I really appreciate it. I hope everybody's doing well. I must have missed you. Sorry about that, TK1. Homestead, I'm sorry about that, but thank you guys for coming. I appreciate it. That's why I always indicate that I'm silent so that I can be gone and people understand that, you know? And Homestead, you were just asking me about that. And I hope what I said helped you. Because BJ was telling you something, but I was telling you something the same as him, but something totally different that he didn't mention. So I hope you've seen that in your chat. Because I know a little bit of something. And plus I asked, some folks here that know more about that kind of stuff. But I thank you for stopping in the live. I'm sorry that I missed you. And thank you so much. TK, what's happening, brother? I'm doing good. How you doing? I am doing good, and I hope you are too, bruh. Shut this down anyway. All right. It's time for me to shut this down, you guys. I'm going to leave off. I will definitely be back later. Thanks for coming, everyone. I thank you all so much for coming. Like I said, I'm sorry I missed you, Homestead, and I'm sorry I missed you, TK, but I'll see y'all somewhere sooner than later. And like I said, Homestead, I hope you read the difference of what I was telling you and what BJ said, because we both said the same thing, and then I added a little something extra. I was hoping to catch up with you over here so that I could, explain a little further. But anywho, I missed you, and I'm sorry. Thanks, y'all. Thanks, everyone.